Welcome back, guys, to another live stream game dev. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punt, and we are in the Unreal Engine today, and the version is 5.2.1, and I'm going to be working. on my group project, guys. So this is a Space Invaders style game. If I show you what we've got at the moment. So there's a high score feature, which remembers how, well, the high scores basically. We've got a number of power-ups. It does get pretty OP. Some balancing needs to happen. Oh my god. I think someone's changed the drop rate on the items there. So this projectile you're seeing at the moment is piercing. It's piercing effect power up, which needs sorting because at the moment it just shreds through all the enemies. I'm pretty sure someone has changed the drop rates because it's meant to be a 25% drop rate on the enemies. Now these projectiles you see here, this is what I'm going to be programming today. There we go, it's remembered my high score. So it sorts it by how high they are. Pretty cool. So this whole box, the leaderboards, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it today. I might put that on the back burner because at the moment there isn't a limit. You can just keep adding. You can keep adding to the high score essentially. So that kind of needs sorting. But today's job, if I just go to the stream and just double check what I gave it. So we've got high scores, landscape work, enemy projectile. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump into the enemy projectile first. And then we'll look at the high scores. Because at the moment, the high scores get drawn to screen once. Like, it happens and then you're presented with the lose screen at the same time. So if I just spawn... Oops. I didn't mean to kill those. I meant to spawn the enemy projectile. So I've got that kind of... Yeah. So you see what happens? At the moment, this is because I was just getting it set up. I didn't sort it out, so... You know, you're basically meant to have this happen first, then the leaderboards, and then after the leaderboards, you will then get the screen that you died. There we go. And then that's that at the moment. So let's go into the enemy projectile. Let me just move that over there. Right. So this is what we're fixing. Okay. Alright, so I did some work at uni yesterday on this. What one's this for? Enemy manager. Pew pew. So that goes in the event tick. Okay, so this code, it's a bad image, but that's basically the code that we're going to be doing. So I'll explain what happens with this as well. So what we first need to do is on the enemy manager that handles the array of 60 enemies. I don't know why that keeps opening on my other monitor. That's a pain in the arse. Right. So this section here, this array handles spawning the enemies equally spaced apart. Okay. Now, under here is where we're going to do the code. So first off, we need to add a projectile amount integer. Okay. So we're going to call this projectile amount, and it's going to be an integer. So integers are whole numbers, floats are numbers with decimal point. So the projectile thingy is done. I'm going to get rid of that. Should move up thing. Okay, so projectile amount. What is this one? Oh yeah, okay. Right, so what we need to do, we're going to make a custom event and call it enemy shoot. We'll call it enemy fire. Okay, so we're going to have a branch, and we're going to get the projectile amount, and we're going to say if it's less than 4. Now that's how I had it yesterday, but I feel 4's a little bit too easy, because I trialed this and it did work fairly well, but it didn't feel like the challenge was enough. So I'm going to allow 5 projectiles. So if the projectile amount is 5, that's the condition. If it's less than 5, we're going to plug that in there. We're going to get our enemy array, and we're going to select a random array item within there. So we're going to select a random one. And the target is the eyeball. So that's the random that we're getting within there. And we're going to get the world location. Actually, hold on. Yeah. Oh. Now yesterday I tried get world location. I'm gonna see if relative, because in my code what happens was it did spawn a projectile, but there was always this spot where a projectile would shoot, and it was as if it was from the very starting bottom left position of the of the enemy. So what we're going to do on the relative position, we are going to right click and split that pin so we get the X, Y and Z. Now if the projectile amount is less than 5, we're now going to do something. So we're going to do a delay. But the delay is going to be random from 0 to 4 seconds, which means, right, we're going to get a random float in range. And what this is going to do, guys, is essentially it's going to say pick a random number between 0 and 4. So that's in seconds, so that would be 4 seconds maximum, 0 being just 0, right? So we're saying that it's going to pick a random number, and this is basically going to be the delay between an enemy firing. So it will basically it will go through this code, it will pick a random number, and then it will fire, and then again it will pick another random number. So the delay is going to be random. So every time an enemy fires, the time's going to be different. Like, it could be quicker, it could be longer. Like, that's the whole idea with putting this random float in there, okay? So now what we're going to do is, when that's done, we're going to spawn an actor, and the actor is going to be the enemy projectile. that we've created. Okay. So now what we're going to do, we're going to we're going to split the spawn transform, and we're going to split the pin struct on the transform location. So we can plug in the green pins, the floats, from the relative XYZ. Sorry. What happened there? There we go. Okay. So we're going to just move this along a tad. So what we're doing is we're getting the X and we're plugging the X in there. And we're getting the Y and we're plugging the Y in there. And the height has to be specific. We're not getting the Z of the eyeball. We're telling it what the height is going to be. Because if it's any more or any less, the enemy projectile will not be in line with the player or the boundaries. And it will basically stay in play, disappear off the screen, and it will muck up the way the player shooting is currently controlled, because it checks if the player's shot a projectile. So that's 4660.0. Okay, we're gonna just make that and shift that up a tab. Okay, and now we're going to say, once we've created a projectile, we're going to add to the projectile amount that we've set. Okay, so we're going to set the projectile amount, and to do that, we're going to get the projectile amount. We're going to add 1. So each time we fire, we're adding 1. So this keeps track of how many enemy projectiles are in play. And we're going to clamp this because we don't want it going above 5. Is it 5? Yeah, 5. And we plug that in there. And we'll just move that up there. Okay, and that's it for the enemy shooting. So what we're doing is this line of code, this custom event, now needs to be plugged into, we need to call that. So this will basically go on the game tick. So we're going to go on the game tick event, and we're going to add it at the end. Sorry. So all we do is enemy fire, and we just call that custom event. Nice and simple. Right, so we're now going to give this a comment, and we're going to say if enemy projectiles are less than 5, pick a random time delay and spawn a projectile at the enemy's location. Limit projectile variable to 5 maximum, and we'll give this let's give that a nice purple. Okay. Right, so there's something else we need to do with this code. Right, that's going to handle the enemy firing. If you just give me 1 second. There's a bit we need to do now, so okay, so now what we need to do is go into the enemy projectile, guys. So enemy projectile is over here. So in this code, we're basically going to be casting into the enemy manager, and we're going to be setting. So this code here. At the moment, the enemy manager is spawning the projectiles and it's adding to the integers so we know how many projectiles are in play. Okay, and there is a limit in there, so there will only ever be a maximum of 5 projectiles. Thanks for the spam view, Patriarch, appreciate it. So what we're doing in here is we're going to be saying, in the event an enemy projectile either hits the player or hits the boundary, it destroys, and it will accordingly update. Sorry, it will update the. It will deduct from the enemy projectile variable accordingly. Okay, so what we're going to do, we have 2 lines of code here, one for the boundary and one if it's the player. Okay, so we are going to drag this along, and what we're going to do is we're going to get actor of class, and that is going to be the enemy manager, and then from there we're going to get projectile amount. And then we're going to set projectile amount. So we're going to move this along, make some room. I think I'm actually going to do this as a separate line of code, so then I can just plug it, call the custom event. I think that would make better sense. So let's do that. We can. It just keeps the code from being too long. So okay, so we're saying this is going to be to update the enemy projectile, and then we can just call that event. So we're getting the enemy manager, we're getting the projectile amount, and then what we're going to do is we're going to subtract 1. So if a projectile hits a player or hits the wall, it will destroy itself. So it needs to update that variable to say 1 is now gone from that. Update it. So that's what we're doing here. Okay, and then we're going to clamp. We're going to clamp this so it has a limit and it can't go negative or above 5. That's what we're doing there, guys. And then that just plugs in there. Short and sweet. And then what we'll do is we'll just tidy this up. Just like that. Okay, so again, nice straightforward code. So updates the enemy give this right, so now that we've done that bit, what we're going to do is we're going to call this nice. Short and sweet, does the job. So you understand what's happening there, guys? We're basically saying that in the event a projectile is destroyed, we are going to update the variable within the enemy manager. That's what this all does here. And this was done as a custom event, so we don't make this one stupidly long. So we update enemy projectile there. Okay. Right, so now, if I just check my files, because I made some notes on this, I'm pretty sure that is the enemy projectile sorted. So let's have a test run. I don't know why it's spawning it from down there. JJ. I'm not sure why it is spawning it from that point. The only thing I've set is let's plug that in and see what happens. Let's just jot down that Z. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Hold on a minute. One second. Oh my god. All I need to do is get that. Oh my god. I've just figured it out. I've got lots of different variables in here that handles the enemy array. This handles the enemy array. And the transform is the current X, current Y. And we've got the Z height. All I need to do is plug those in. I'm such a sausage. So we pick one of those. Hold on. So you want to get current X, current Y of whatever that is. You want to get the transform. Get world transform. Location. Let's see if that does it. Yes, baby! Yes! Oh, no, no, no. Why are you spawning down the bottom? No. Why did you do that? No, you shouldn't be shooting down there. Why is one shooting down the bottom? I'm not sure why it's doing that. It should not be doing... It should not be doing that. So what we're going to do... We're going to split the pin struct of that and that. We're going to get the X. We're going to get the Y. And we're going to set the Z. Because it needs to be... it needs to be at that specific height. Here we go, guys. Hold on, why did it move the player character? It shouldn't have moved the player character. That needs a bug fix. Don't know why it did that. It's working, guys. OP. I'm not sure why it's spawning one there. I am not sure why it is spawning one there. It's almost as if when an enemy dies, like if we just do this, if we just play and don't shoot anything, they should spawn where the enemy is, right? It's almost as if when an enemy dies, it then doesn't know where that enemy's gone to, so that's why it's shooting from down there. Because you can see I'm not shooting anything, and this is working good. Okay, I know how to fix that. Well, I don't know how to fix that. I'm 99% certain that is the root cause for that. If I slow down the movement speed of the enemy to, let's set this, right, we're just going to copy that float, and we're going to set that to 100, just for testing purposes, then I'll set it back. So if we watch these enemies shoot, I'm not going to kill anything, right? Now, what I can also do, I can just temporarily, I can just set this to 1. And if I don't shoot anything, yeah, you see what's happening? It is randomly shooting. Everything is shooting. There's always going to be a maximum of 5. Right? And that enemy projectile is not spawning at the bottom left. So the moment we kill an enemy, and if that enemy, if the random enemy selected from the array is dead, it won't have an active location, which would be why the projectile is spawning at that set location. And I'm proving that by not killing anything. Every enemy is still in play. The array of 60 enemies is full at the moment. So it's doing its job. It's almost like when the enemy is dead, it's almost like what we need to do is when the enemy is dead, we remove it from the array. Okay, so I've proved my point there. Now, if I do... okay, so I'm going to do something here. I'm going to go into the array and I'm going to try a bit of code, because what we need to do is when an enemy is destroyed, we need to remove it from the array. So this, what I proved my point with that bug fix, where if you're killing an enemy and then a random index is selected from the array and that enemy's dead, it won't have an actor position because that actor associated to that index is no longer there, which would be why that projectile is spawning at the bottom left. So if I update the array when that when the enemy is dead, then that should hopefully resolve that, and then I can test this. So what I need to do is, I think it's within the enemy blueprint itself. Oh, I just need to check something as well. One moment, guys. Where is the thing that stops things? I've got some code. I've got some code somewhere which basically says at the end of the game, remove projectile, enemy projectile, bomb, pick up. So at the moment there should be 4 pickups. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to get the speed potion. Projectile, enemy projectile, bomb, pick up. Cool. Okay, right, so right, we need to what have they done there? Alright, so this is the movement of the player, the enemy. This section here handles the wave specific score, the overall score, drop chance, and destroying it. So it's almost like you need to find out what array got hit. So how would we do that? How would we know? Okay, I think I know what we need to do. So essentially what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to remove that problem where if an enemy's destroyed, if the player keeps killing, we'll get a random projectile spawn bottom left because, as I said, with the array, if you've killed something, there's no longer an item, an enemy attached to that index, so it's spawning at that set location. So I think if I somehow get the index of this, and then remove, like, I'm not sure if that's going to do it, but we can test this. So we need to cast to get actual class, and it's going to be the enemy manager, and we need to basically get the index. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I need to add a variable. I'm pretty sure I need to add a variable within the enemy eyeball to say hit. And then what we will do is within the enemy manager, we will be checking on tick if that actor has been hit. I think that's the best way to do it. So that way each eyeball will have its own boolean. Like every instance of this enemy is going to have that same boolean, and it will start off. So I'm going to add a boolean. I believe this is going to work. So we're going to say is destroyed, question mark. No, but then what's going to happen is, if it's dead, it's not going to follow through, is it? Because that boolean's going to be gone. It's like you need them to know. You need the array to link up. So, so if the projectile hits an enemy, we play the sound. I think I've got it. If I set the index, if I give this an index variable, I think I've got this. Okay, so, right, I think I know what I'm doing. This is all new to me. Arrays are still very new to me, guys. So, we're saying when the array spawns, we create an enemy. We add that enemy to that, and then what we want to do is get the index here. We want to set whatever that index is to this index variable in the eyeball, and then we should be able to handle... I think this is how this is going to work. So, what we're going to do is we're going to so we're going to spawn that, and then we're going to set index. Set the index, because at the moment on the enemy we have 4 variables: eyeball, sphere, root, index. Eyeball, sphere, root, index. Eyeball, sphere, root, index. Yeah, so set the index, and the index is going to be set to whatever that is. Okay, so now I believe what will happen I believe that's right. So we're basically setting the index of that. So now that we have the index being set for that, we now go in here and we need to get actor of class being the manager, get the array, and then within here we basically want to get the index. We don't want to remove everything, we just want to clears an array, removes all content. We don't want to do that, we just want to remove one. Remove all instances of item. Right, so this will need to go before the destroy actor. Now, I'm new to I'm new to arrays, guys, so I'm hoping this will work. In my head, it makes sense that this will work. So what we're doing, if I just talk you through the code, when we spawn an eyeball, we're adding it to the array, and then we're setting whatever the index of the eyeball added to that array is, we're setting that index within the index variable of the eye itself. That's what that bit is doing. And then within the eyeball, we're saying if the eye comes into contact with a projectile, we play the dead sound, and then we go into the array, and whatever the index of the eyeball that has been hit, we remove that associated index within that array. We destroy the actor. So that should, I believe that should work now. I guess it's make or break. Let's see if this works, guys. Oh dear. Why has that stopped moving? Okay. Okay, so maybe not remove, maybe I don't want to do that. There has to be. I'm pretty sure that is going to not do what we need it to do. I'm pretty sure that is going to stop all enemies. Oh. Okay, if you watch the bottom, right, it's still doing what I thought it would do. Tricky, tricky. How do we do this then? How does this bit work? This is the question of life, my pedigree chums. The question of life. We need to say... Oh, man. This bit, I believe, is correct. No, hold on. I think I know what's happening here. Hold on a minute. I know why that's not working. Because in here... Eyeball... That should be working. Why is it not? Right, if we just watch. Right, it's still shooting. You see those bottom left projectiles? That is because it's kind of been removed from the array. So I think I'm going to leave this bit. This bit is correct. I know that's correct because we're adding the enemy to the array and we're setting the index of the eyeball based on whatever the index is when it was added to the array. But with the arrays, if you're removing and clearing things, I think they shuffle up. I'm not experienced enough with the indexes to know that side of it. But if I just clear that out and shift this back, I know what's causing the problem though. That's the good thing. I know what the problem is. I just don't have the solution. So if I just show that again, guys. If I don't shoot anything, if I don't kill any enemies, they're like doing what they need to do. All of them are shooting. That you're not going to have an enemy projectile spawn at the bottom left. The moment I start killing them, right, you're seeing all those projectiles fire, Now, if I start killing them, we're now going to get a chance for one of those projectiles to spawn from the bottom left. See? What did I tell you guys? Told you. Now you're going to have more spawn from the bottom left and less from the middle because there's more dead than there are alive. So that spawning is to do with the index because the enemy's been destroyed. So we need to figure out how do we update the array to remove. Yeah, that's the fix for that. It's kind of like you could have something to say, is it valid? If it's not, set the location based on one that is valid. That's a way that you could do that. That's the way that we could work around that, I think. So this is correct. It all works fine. I'm just going to check the drop rate. Right. So just to show that again working. I might change that shooting rate to I'm gonna put it at 2. I'm going to do something as well, guys. I'm going to make it so that when the enemies are destroyed, we're going to increase the movement speed of this. So that will increase the challenge. So when an enemy is killed, if I just actually plug this one at the end, we're going to increase the movement speed of the array. So we're going to So what this will do is increase the movement speed each time an enemy is destroyed. So I'm going to add 5. There we go. So each time an enemy is destroyed, we're going to increase the movement speed. Oh, dude, they're getting faster. Oh, they're getting faster. Dude. Excellent. So obviously that enemy projectile shooting from the bottom left is to do with the array, and because the enemy's being removed from the array, that's fine. That's a bug fix to be done. That was fun. And we can have some fun here. Spawn enemy projectile. Not sure why it's coming up with a problem there. if we set this to say 20, 25, it's going to make it a bit OP. Hard mode activated. Oh my god. Hard mode activated. Fantastic. I think 5, if I do 7.5, let's see. Holy crap, how many power-ups? And what I'm trying to do here is test how we don't want it being too hard, we don't want it being too easy. I thought that was a very reasonable amount of speed, don't you guys? Like, I didn't think that was too hard. I think 7.5 is a very reasonable. I think that's a very reasonable difficulty balance. Now, there's something else I want to do. We have another enemy model, right? So I could, with the array, I'm going to do something a bit crazy. We have our model for the bat, which is here, right? Now, all I would have to do is copy the eyeball and then basically make sure that the variables associated to the eyeball are different, because at the moment like in here, let me just check the code of the enemy manager. So at the moment, this handles the eyeball. Can we get a random object? We could have a flip-flop. If I had a flip-flop, can we add a pin to that? See, what you could do is you could have a flip-flop to say, like it would basically pick between an eyeball and a bat. I'm just going to play around with this real quick. Because at the moment, in the enemy shooting, it's the eyeballs that shoot, right? In here, there's nothing to do with... Oh, there is, with the eyeball. If all the enemies are defeated, get actors of class. So you need to get that, and so length of that equals that plus can we have an and coming off of that? We can. Okay. And then in here, the enemy array, that's nothing to do... the enemy array. Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try and quickly add in our enemy bat. Because what we want to do... we basically want to have a mixture of bats and eyeballs, right? I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is really fun. Right, let's do this. Let's quickly set up the back, guys. So if I go into the blueprint for the enemy, if I copy that and rename this as enemy bat, go to the viewport and get our amazing artist's model. It's phenomenal. If I plug that in there, bro, that bat is huge. Oh my god. Right, we need to scale that down big time. .7. I feel that's a very reasonable size. That's fucking awesome. Dude. Oh, I gotta send that to the artist. He's gonna laugh. So that is literally in the box there. Okay, so now we can remove the eyeball, and there we have our bat. Okay. That is the bat. Now if I go on the event graph, what we're doing here is we're going to be checking... right, I'm going to set the score of the bat to 500. So the bat will give 500. And then what we need to do is just check in here. So set actor's location. Enemy array, yeah. We're basically checking that the eyeball isn't referenced here. So we're saying if this enemy comes into contact with that, and then we've got the random drop chance in here. So everything in there is fine. So now if I go back to the enemy manager, and what we're going to do, we're just going to check all of this code. So we're getting the root component of the enemy array. We're spawning the array. Right, what does this line do, the orange one? Get actors of class if all enemies are defeated. So what we need to do is get all actors of class. Now I'm wondering, get all children? Would it be get all children? Children. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to play around with this. I'm going to have an and, a boolean and. And what we're going to do, we're going to copy this, paste this there, and we're going to get the bat. And this is going to be an and. We're going to plug that in there, that in there, that. If I do that into there and then that into there, what we're basically saying here is we're getting the eyeball and the bats, and we're checking if they're all dead. If they are, we do that. And then this section here just handles the array. If I just move that up there, I'm pretty certain this is going to work, guys. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Get length. Let's unplug that and then do that. There we go. Fixed. Right, so we need to... Right, first off, what we need to do is amend this bit. Okay, because at the moment what we're doing... Oh no, that is right. I don't need to amend that. No, that's fine. That's picking the root component of the enemy array. So it's not specifically saying just the eyes. It's basically going to be whatever's within there. So this is going to handle if all the bats are dead and all the eyeballs are dead. The wave clear. Yeah, that's correct. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go onto this, and we're going to basically kind of have like a random chance of what enemy is going to be picked. Okay, now I just plug that there, and this is going to be bat. Right, so if I just copy that, we're going to get the enemy array, add, we're going to get that goes in. Oh no. Oh no. No. Right, I'm going to try something here. Because at the moment, the array, this is all based off of that array is set on the eyeball. But if I have it just to actor, surely that would allow me to add any actor to the actor array. So let's just see if we can do this. And then if I copy that, and then if I temporarily unplug that and just put that in there, oh, okay. Let's set the index. Set index. Right, so that previous code is unplugged, unconnected. Right, so now we're going to get enemy array 2. Unplug that one. Plug that one in. Hold on, why is that not working? Enemy array 2. Get that. that, that, that. Right, so now what we want to do is in here, we want to basically say flip-flop. If I have a flip-flop, then what that should do is it should alternate between doing the bat and doing the eyeballs. Dude. Oh, baby! Why are they not moving though? Let's have a sequence here. Are they shooting though? Damn it. I mean, oh, the bat's still in there. Need to get rid of that. It's impressive how many undo it remembers. Very impressive. Right, now let's go do the root component. Right, so everything's good. It's back to what it was. The bat's in. We just need to figure out how we can... Oh, we could have a hard mode. We could have a hard mode where we can set the enemy fire rate. Dude, this is so fun. Oh, that was a good hit. Oh, bro. Oh my god, the amount of power-ups, bro! Jesus! This is fun. Dude, I'm so bad at aiming. Oh, I died. Good score, though. Right. So, what I've done, guys, is I've got the bat in the game. The bat is in the game. So the bat is in the game. It's all set up. The only thing with it is how we can implement that into the array. See, in my mind, at the moment, everything in here doesn't, other than this section here. It's almost like you need a sequence. So it's like I kind of want to do it now just to get it done because I think I'm going to copy it and I'm just going to play around with it, guys. All of that previous code isn't going to get mucked with. What I'm doing here is I'm just testing to see oh my god, I just realised why it wasn't doing it before. It's because this bit wasn't handling the movement. I think it would have worked. That eyeball. I think this might work. Then what we're going to want is we're going to want random. So if it equals right, so what we're saying, we're going to have a branch. So we're going to say pick a random number. If that number is 0, then we do the eyeball. If it's false, we do the bat. Right? So what it's doing there is it's picking a random, after it's kind of done this section, we're then saying pick a random one, and what this will do, it should randomly space eyeballs and bats. So there's a 50% chance there the whole grid would be different every time. Okay, so that's that bit. And then if I just check, if I temporarily unplug that one and plug this up there, and then if we just check this, we're going to plug this in there. No, no, no. That needs to be an and. And then Um, I think this is going to work, guys. There's no errors. So all we need to do in here is basically if we... I'm going to do a print screen of that, so... just in case I muck something up. Right, so... we're going to get enemy array 2. If I just shift this down... unplug that one. Oh dear. Oh dear, it's spawned them on top of each other. Oh, I know why it's done that. Get in there. So then we need to figure out why it's spawning. I guess there's one way of doing this. If I go up here, and instead of having this, if I just have a flip-flop, right, it's spawning two, so I want it to do it once. No! No. So what that's doing is it's adding double the amount. But we don't want double the amount. But the bats are in there. They're shooting. They're random placed. So we're making progress here, guys. Making really good progress. I'm going to boil the kettle, guys, and get another coffee on the go. I've done the enemy projectile. We know why it's spawning at the bottom left. We've got the random placement here. But it's doing it double. I did actually like the branch. I did actually feel like the branch worked quite nicely. Like, the branch makes them... Hold on, why? What's going on there? I've got to send this to my group, guys. Just give me a minute. That was for the high score. Okay. Right, I need to boil the kettle, guys, and then we'll try and figure out how we can stop it from doubling up. I love a bit of problem solving, I do, guys. How long are we in? 2 hours 10. We're doing good. We've done some amazing progress. The enemy projectile's been sorted. We know what is causing it to spawn bottom left. A solution needs to be found for that. Next up, what we're going to try and do is figure out why we're getting double. It's like I might temporarily unplug that. If I unplug that and then just go straight to there. Right, okay. That's the problem, is valid. Straight away I found the problem there. Right, the bomb explosion. We need to add on a bit here. Okay, so now the bomb should kill the bat. Oh, you numpty. Hadn't plugged it in. Try that again. Well, Right, so we're hoping for a bomb power up. Why did the bomb do that? Oh, I know why. Because it's not on there. Perfect. Bomb's working. Right, so the bomb is done now to kill the bats. The bats, I'm going to make the score. I'm going to say... I don't know, 350 maybe? Let's say 500 for the bat. So the eyeball gives 250. And the bat gives 500. Oh, that's a problem. I need to go into the movement and copy that. So that's the RNG, this is the movement. Okay, so we need to get enemy array 2. And then if I just plug that into there, that into there, that into there, and that goes into there, that goes into there. That's correct, I believe. Target for those and those are the thing. And we'll just do the same down here. So get enemy array 2. So if a bat touches the wall, this is what this is going to do. So plug that one in there. And then we're going to plug that into there, that into there, that into there, that into there. So now if the bat touches the wall, like, oh, it's annoying because we need to... Excellent. Okay, so all of these errors here are related to this section here. Oh! Why did that projectile... One of my projectiles just went off screen there. I don't know if you saw that, guys. That's doing the job. Oh, I'm so happy it works. So this is to do... The errors we're getting are to do with the projectiles. It's all related to the projectiles. Hmm. Dude, I'm so bad at hitting these. Okay, I guess this is valid node. Needs to go at this point. Let's just plug that in and see if that fixes it. Barely any errors there. They're getting less and less. So I think what I've done is correct. So now that I've done that, I'm going to tidy all of the code up and remove... I'm going to do a screenshot of this one, because this was the initial code. And that works. I don't want that messing up. Like, it's essentially just a backup. I'm going to rename that as backup. backup array. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this up to here. We're going to get that gone. Right. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Why was that not plugged in? Right, the game performance isn't lagging. This is basically to do the valid check. So let me just... Right. So what this does here, guys, this branch, this will basically randomly place the enemies in the array. So what I need to do... I need to make my coffee. Oh my god. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Right, so what we're doing is we're tidying up the code. Oh, I'm so happy I've got this working. Model artist has done a fantastic job with pumping out the models, so having the bat in there is just so cool. Bro, why can't you straighten yourself up? There we go. Let's move that across a tad. Why is that one not in line? Oh, it's because the name's slightly shorter. Okay. There we go. Bit close there, mate. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Nice tidy code, guys. That's what we like, isn't it? Nice tidy code. Okay, so what we're saying there is that is going to handle the there we go. There we go. Lovely. Nice and straight. That's just what we like. Ooh. Kurosona hu. Oh my god. I'll make myself laugh. Okay, so this handles spawning the bats and the eyeballs into the array. So if I move that over there, Right. Perfect. So that handles that. That code is all nice and tidy. We know the game performance isn't affected at the moment from the valid checks. Ugh! From the valid checks not being there. So the game performance isn't stumped. Now what we're going to do, we're just going to tidy up this one. So basically we can get rid of that one and that one and that, this tiny bit there, and then we can move this up here, move that across. Is valid. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll just straighten those ones. Perfect. And then what we need to do is, if we get this node and just bring that up there, and then if we get another one, select those, bring those down. That looks tasty, doesn't it? So enemy array 2, wave clear event is over there. Okay, so we're going to, I might just add a node in here. There we go, beautiful. I would like to say my code is nice and tidy, guys. Like it's really nice just to have it all clear, just, you know, especially when you're working in a group, so everyone can easily read stuff, and you know, it's just good practice. Right, so now I'm gonna move these two down here. I'm gonna bring that down just a tad so there's a bit of space between the blocks. Compile, save. So that code is all redone. So it'll randomly place either an eyeball or a bat. I am so happy with that, bros. So all of these are related pretty much. The majority of those error codes are related to the projectile. But it's not affecting the game performance at the minute, so I'm not going to mess with that. So those two blocks of code have been correctly sorted. Now what we want to do is tidy up this orange one. So in here, let's move this branch across. Branch on the tree. So we're going to get the length of that one. We're going to move that over there. And then we're going to move this one in line with that one. And get the length of that. Let's do that. Right, so those 3 blocks of code have been sorted, so now it's just this last one here. And this is to do with the enemy projectile firing. So you can see the previous code here with the previous array. If I get rid of that, boom. And then I want to tidy that one up there. Let's just do that. I'm not sure if those validity checks there are actually doing any good. I'm just going to unplug those and see if that affects the game performance, system performance. So let's just temporarily see if they actually affect anything. I'm not sure if they do. Well, it's not affecting it. Dude, my shot, my accuracy. Oh my god. Last one. That was a good shot, that one. Obviously the projectile code needs sorting because it's, at the minute, it's yeah, I'll remove those valid checks then. Right, so that's that whole enemy manager thing sorted. If I go into the eyeball, the only thing I need to sort out on here is this section. The RNG doesn't need sorting. There's 4 power-ups in the game at the moment. Same for the bat, 4 power-ups. So if I sort out the eyeball one first, get rid of those. I'm happy with that. That looks tidy. So that's the eyeball code sorted. Nice and tidied up. Right, now we'll just sort out the back. Something really therapeutic about tidying up the code. I really enjoy it. Is that sad? Oh God. There's something peaceful about it. Oh, wrong one. Right. Right, drop table. Let's give it a go. Let's clear a wave, shall we? Oh, guys, it looks so goddamn good. Oh, did the bomb just get destroyed by an enemy projectile? I think it did. So we're getting a few errors there. The main thing is, it's not affecting the gameplay. The first time we were getting these errors, the frame rate was getting major laggy and rubbish. So it's not affecting performance, but this is a bug fix, the code. So I'm just going to make a note of that. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm not going to do anything, and we're just going to make sure like they shoot the projectiles. And if I just go into the blueprint for enemy manager, if I just remove that too, so they will make sure they're always shooting. So there will only ever be 5 projectiles on screen. You see that? 5. We could essentially make a hard mode. You know, at game start, you could literally have a tick to say hard mode. And you can like set the amount of projectiles, you can like, it'll be quite a cool option actually. So if you have like hard mode, you've got so many projectiles on screen. Like you could have it called bullet hell. It'd be pretty cool. But that is functioning. There's no bugs. You got the bats, you got the enemy, you got the eyeballs. I'm so happy with that. So cool. I'm really, really happy with that, guys. Right, so that is the enemy grid shooting and whatnot, and we know the reason. We know the reason why that projectile is spawning at the bottom left. So it's basically going to be something to do with the array. Well, I'm really happy with that. Really, really happy with that. I think that's so cool. I'm really, really happy with that. Right, what was my other job, guys? I've forgotten what the live stream's about. I've been so in depth with that code. Right, high scores, landscape work, enemy projectile. Well, the enemy projectile is done and dusted. And that little beauty there, guys, this handles the... Why is that so tight? That handles picking a random delay in between the enemies shooting. It basically determines how frequent they're shooting, and we're setting the limit of maximum enemy projectiles on screen to 5 at any point. And then we're getting a random enemy, getting their location, spawning a projectile. So that's basically shooting from where a random enemy is positioned, and then adding to that, and then within the enemy blueprints in here. Where is it? Yeah, in here. No, where is it? Bro. Oh, sorry. I do apologise. It's within the... in here. So it's saying when that's destroyed, we reduce from the projectile limit. So it's all kind of... It's kind of like two separate blueprints working harmoniously together. But that, I'm so happy with that. Like, there's no... The game's performance isn't being affected. I know we're getting error codes relating to the projectiles and things, but that's something that can be fixed. At the moment, the game functions. It does what it needs to do. The enemies shoot. We know that there's the bug with the enemy projectile. That is related to the array. And like I say, I'm not experienced enough with arrays yet to understand where the solution is within that. So that's something to look into. So the high scores. I've got the high scores working. I feel like I want to jump into a bit of landscaping, because that's next on the list. High scores and landscape. The high scores are already in, so I think I'm going to jump into a little bit of landscape work. I just need to check what time the post office shuts, because I need to go to the postie office. Bear with me, guys. I've got to return a SNES controller that was advertised as refurbished, but it's absolutely filthy. Right, okay, I can do that. Right, they shut. Okay, I can do another hour or so streaming, guys. So let's continue. Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically do the graveyard, because at the moment we have this happening. So we want to basically put some graveyard at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is if I get the landscape. Now what we're going to want to do, if I get the brush size down, we're basically going to want to make some mounds, but I think the first thing to do is to place the models. Now I'm going to physically place these models. I'm not going to use the landscape foliage painter, because it's not foliage, it's they're like the gravestones. So I feel like I want to get the gravestones in, and then I can sculpt the terrain, because you wouldn't just randomly plaster the gravestones over. Like cemeteries are normally quite well maintained. I know this one's going to be a little bit derelict, but yeah, let me just sort this out. So as you can see, we've placed those in there. So if I just sort that out, we're going to create a new folder. No, I want to just do a new folder, and we're going to call this tombstones. Okay, so our amazing artist has created some really cool tombstones. So we're going to, it's in props, environment props. Okay, so we've got a number of tombstones here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop those into the scene. Kind of get the positioning just right. What's the position on that? If we can try and get this nice and consistent, we can actually make the placement fairly organised. So we got 1,000 there. If we were to duplicate that, so you basically want them 500 apart. Okay. Right, so what we're going to want to do, we're going to want to drag our tombstone model into the tombstones folder, so then any more duplications of that asset are going to be pretty consistent, like they will all stay within the tombstones folder, and I won't need to move everything in there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the next model, I'm just going to get this gravestone, and we're going to copy the location of that one, select that one, and paste the location of it there. We are then going to do 500 on there, so it's spaced apart, and the rotation is going to be the red. No, it's going to be the green. No, it's going to be the Z. Okay. So that's basically showing, like, you know, a tombstone that's kind of broken down. So remember what I was saying, guys. We're going to just minimize that. We're going to move the tombstone up to there. I'm going to make a new folder actually for the foliage actors. I'm going to call this foliage actors, just so that everything's kind of kept nice and neat. Okay, so we have the two gravestone models. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get the next one, drop that in, and we are going to move it into the same folder. We are going to copy the location of, no, sorry, we're going to copy, oh no, yeah, no, that was fine. Right, so this one we're going to paste there, and then this is going to be 0. And then we have our different variations of tombstones. Okay, so now what we want to do is, if we go for maybe what we could do is, so what's that one? That one's 0, so this will be minus 500. And then if we do another, maybe a half one, so copy, paste, and this is going to be minus 1,000. There we go. And you could always have like a little tree or something in the corner. So now that we've got those, what you want to kind of do is basically copy what we've got there, move them across to the other side. So what I'm going to do, if I copy this actor here, and if we say, what's 1,000? Okay, try 1,500, 2,000. About 2,500. That's too far. Okay, we go to 2000. It's a tag close to the entrance. So what I'm going to do on that basis, I'm going to set it to 2200. So there's a bit more gap, kind of similar to the other side. That looks about right, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we know they need to be 500 apart. So if we go for maybe the next one here. So this is 2100, so this is going to be 2600. 2600. And then go for another broken one, so this is going to be 3100. And then we'll go for a normal one, and that's going to be 3600. I think we can fit another one in. There's 5 either side, so what am I doing? Should we go for another half? So this is going to be 4100. Okay, and we're going to leave this little corner section. And then once we've got these tombstones in, what we can do, guys, is we can use the landscape tool to sculpt the plot. And we could actually add to our landscape layer and have like a darker brown material to represent like the mound, like it's kind of like, you know, like a darker, because at the moment we've got this path that's like a pale brown. So then if we have like a darker brown to represent mud, I think that would be really cool. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy these 4. I'm going to drag, and then I'm going to rotate 180. And then we're going to bring it back. That actually looks pretty decent. I think that looks pretty good. Is that in line with the other model? I just want to make sure. It's a bit hard to tell, really. I'm pretty happy with that spacing, because what we'll do is we'll duplicate the tombstones and then have plots like the direct other side. So like these middle sections will have the mounds. So that looks... we could probably bring it back a tad more. And then what we want to do is we want to find out what the position of this one is. So that is 2100. So this will be 2100. This one will be 2600. That's going to be 3100 and 3600. And then if we were to select these 4, copy those, bring them over here, and then if we bring those back to about there, maybe, that actually looks perfectly aligned, almost. Right, so then we want a little gap between, so I think that's good. Okay, so now if we check, that should be the same Y. It is, perfect. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get these and I'm going to flip the whole lot round. Or actually, what I could do, if I just copy this model here and set that to whatever the Y of that is, so that's 1000. Let's do 1000. that's in line with that one. If we just play, see how it looks. It's pretty cool, isn't it? And then if I copy that and make that 500, copy that one, bring it down, and the X on that needs to be 710, and that is perfectly aligned. And then I think I want to have one more, so the this is going to be minus 500. Perfect. There we go. So now what I might do is maybe have, I don't know, what's the distance on these ones? So 460 and 710. So, let's copy, we'll copy that one. So the X on that one is 460. So this needs to be 460. And I want to have another one there. So this needs to be minus 500. And then I think we could maybe have a tall one and a broken one. So if we copy that, that needs to be 460, I think it was. 460, yeah. And then we'll get a broken one. And we're going to drag this down here. We're going to set that to 460 and then 1000. Okay, and save. Right, so we've got the middle plots and we have those plots. So I think what I'm going to do for the bottom is I'm going to select all of these. Actually, what I should be able to do, if I go bird's eye view, I should be able to select all of those and then deselect the landscape layer. And what I should be able to do, I don't think anything else is selected there. Right, so if I just copy these and flip them 180, it's going to save me a lot of work. So if I just drag that off, get the rotation and set that to 180. And then what we want to do is we want to make sure that these are kind of in line. I have a thing with things being in line. So we're just going to get that lined up. There we go, that's perfect. So now what we can do is shift it, nudge it this way. And we want to have enough space for the plots to be built. So we don't want it to be too close to the gate. It's about the equal size. That's about equal. Okay, so I'm not sure about having plots on the edge because it's such a shallow space. Like if we look in game, well, I feel that's pretty cool, don't you guys? Like, if we need to add some plots at a later date, we can. What we're going to do now, we're going to go into, I think it was our landscape layer. So if I go into materials landscape, if I open that up, I basically want to add a thing here. So I'm going to add, and this is going to be called mound. And then we basically want to copy that, and we're going to set this to like a really dark brown. Whoa, no, 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 hold on. Why did it change that one? Oh, dude, hold on. Let's copy that hex. Oh, bloody hell. Close that. Undo, 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 undo. Redo. Right, I'm going to copy that code. Paste that back in there. Okay, right, now we're going to select this one and call this mound. And then I can put that hex code in without messing up the... There we go. Okay, apply and save. And then if I go into the landscape, landscape, paint. Oh, I need to do the layer, don't I? How do I rebuild the layer? There we go. All good. They're in. Okay, we've got our mound. So now what we want to do is we want to get the sculpt brush. We're going to zoom in. And we're going to sculpt it. Now the size... if I make the strength, see how... Okay. I wonder if I could do something like that. That's a bit big. It's a bit big for a mound. It's a bit long at the end there, but that's fine. Oops. No, no, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful, careful. Oh, dude, they look so good. I feel like I should get a job at a cemetery. What do you reckon, guys? Drop a comment. That is a bit of a big mound. Oh my god. Right, side plot's done. We've just got to do these middle ones. That was a bit wonky. Okay, the mounds are in. Time to paint. Let's select our mound. Bro. Oh my god. Oh, dude, that looks so good. Sorry I'm quiet, guys. I'm really so therapeutic doing this. There's something really therapeutic about just... Dude, it looks so good! Oh my god! Woohoo! I work at a cemetery now, guys. Oh, dude. Oh, it looks so good. So we're waiting on the artists to do like a mausoleum or like a crypt. So if that is made, we can slot that into the graveyard. Next up, we're going to be adding a fog, environmental fog, that will be passing over the game area. And that is going to be so cool. That's really going to set the mood for the gameplay. Quite excited to see that, to be honest. Oh my god, that looks so amazing. Dude. Oh my god. Any questions, guys? Drop a question if you're wondering what I'm doing, or any questions, just feel free to shoot away. I'm here to answer. Oh, dude, the graveyard is coming to life. The irony in that statement is next level. Look at this. Beautiful. Bellissimo. Let's do this side. Oh, I'm getting wrist ache now. Where I'm pushing hard on the mouse. Oops. Last section, guys. Here we go. Oh my god, how does that look, guys? Okay. Let's see how it looks in game. If I just check that piercing attack quickly. Yeah, so that needs some work. That piercing projectile needs fixing. But that is that. Now I need to look into this fog. I need the fog. So at the minute, we've done the enemy projectile. We've done the landscape work. I'm going to add in the fog, and then I think I'm going to take a break. So I need to pop to the post office. And then I'm out this evening. But I'm late tonight. I should be back on. Because I'd like to get the high scores sorted. The high scores already implemented, it's working, but it's just how the widgets are getting displayed. I need to decide, okay, when the player's dead, do we get their name, show the leaderboard, and then after that, show the lose screen, because you don't want all these widgets appearing at once. It doesn't look good. So I think that's how I'm going to handle it. So let me add the fog layer. Now, I've not really played with fog before. Save the project. Okay, so apparently I've got to make a material. So if I go into top down assets, all of these materials are related to the environment. So if I go into top down materials landscape, and we'll create one in here, so new material, and this is going to be fog. I do not know why it keeps opening on that other screen. It's really annoying. Right, so we're going to set the blend mode to translucent and the shading model to unlit. What am I doing? I need to texture, guys. Have we got any textures? There we go, we've got a noise. Panner node. Okay, so we want it to go across on the Y. You see at the bottom left there when I'm moving the camera? So we want it to go on the Y. So if I have it at, say, 50. I think that goes in there, I'm not sure. Use a panner node, set the X and Y, connect the output of the panner to a multiply node. Multiply. And connect your texture to the other input. Output of the panel to multiply. What compilation errors? Whoa! Oh, that is cool. That is cool. Okay. We got an animated texture, guys. Amazing. Okay. Right, so we've got that. So add opacity. Right, opacity. So I think we need a scaler for this. Okay. Set the opacity. Right, create a fog plane. Right, so now we need to create a fog plane. So if I plane, scale it to cover the environment. Quite like the idea of it, just kind of covering the whole map, almost. Right, and then the material of this is going to be the fog that we just made. So, top down materials. Oh my god, dude! How does that look in game? Okay, right, so we need to adjust I want the opacity to be maybe 0.2. Let's go for, say, 3. Right, it does move a little bit too quick, so I'm going to set that to 0.05. 0.05. See how that looks. Dude! Oh my god! Oh, that looks so good. Right. So now what we want to try and do is basically... Oh my god. So I keep posting in my group chat. Okay. Right, so I feel the scale of that is, because it's a noisy texture, it's kind of linear grayscale. Linear grayscale from texture asset. MIP value. Okay, let's leave that there. So what we're doing, that's controlling the speed. I want to change the... I feel like it's the scale, maybe. So that's handling the movement. Let's see how it looks. Let's go back. Oh, dude, it looks so good. It's definitely too fast, so let's remove that even more. Actually, if I just set that to 0.1, and then if I adjust that to, so 0.2. Oh! Hello! Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Holy shit, it's done it! No way! No way! So by me adjusting the multiply, like if I had that at 5, it's like really thick, right? But if I set the multiply to like 0.2, it makes the fog super thin. Oh my god! How does 0.1 look? Dude, you can see that? Oh my god. And then if we change the opacity to maybe 1. Let's change that to 0.5. What did I have that value at? 0.03. You can see that moving. It's a little bit tricky, but it is there. So let me just jot down that value. Fred, mate, welcome to the stream, dude. I'm literally playing around with the fog at the moment. Look at that, dude. Oh my god, it's so cool! It is so cool. Dude! Dude! It's so good! Right, so that's the opacity. We want the speed is still a bit too fast, so I'm going to try 0.05. So that was 0.1. Let's see how that looks. Oh my god, that is... Oh my god. That's perfect. Oh my god. That looks amazing. Yes, dude. I've sorted out the... notice your bats are in the game now. So every time you play the game, it's going to be different. Like the position of them. Got your graveyards in there, dude. The bats currently give more score. They give double the score of the eyeballs. We could add in a variable to basically allow them to have 2 hits. But dude, look at that. What do you think of the fog? That fog looks so good. Dude. And what we can do, we can actually adjust. Yeah, we can definitely do that, dude. Definitely do that. I'm just going to lower this fog and see how it looks if we have it from the ground instead. Oh my god, that looks even better. That looks so cool. You can see it moving. I don't know if it's moving too fast. Let me just adjust that to 0.3. It's just all about fine-tuning. Oh, there we go. Can you see that? Can you see that fog moving there? That is perfect. Yeah, dude, this is the thing. Literally just this. There was a noise texture in the engine. Like if you bring up the drawer, go all and just put in noise. It was this one here, tiling noise. So I just got the noise. I've got a panner. This adjusts the speed of the texture moving. Multiply. So that's all we're doing. All we're using is the emissive colour and the opacity. But that, I mean, look at how good the graveyard looks. Can you see that moving? Like, dude. That is so cool. Dude, your models look amazing. Like, I've put in the graveyards. We've got the plots. I've tried to mix up the variety of tombstones there. And I'll put in your trees at some point. This section on the side, either side, I was going to, I don't know, wait for the crypt or something. I just felt that the edges weren't big enough to add a plot, and it might be too much. So it might be good to have, like, I don't know, some kind of structures. Oh, I forgot to put in your spade. I forgot to put in your spade, dude. Prop. Let's put in a couple of spades, shall we? Where should we put the spade? Let's put it in this one here. Oh my god, the scale, dude! It's a giant spade. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, where's the front? Okay, that's the front. Okay, so rotate that 180. And we need to reduce the scale of that. Oh my god. Scale. Alright, let's do 0.5. That's much better, isn't it? There we go. Plonk. Oh, dude. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We can always scale it down in the game. And then if I adjust the angle. Oh, look at that, dude. The spade's in there. Oh, that is so cool. I have had so much fun today doing this work. I'm not even joking. We've got the enemy projectiles sorted. The angle. Yeah, I could do that. I can do that. Yeah, so I've got the enemy projectile fixed. I've put in this fog layer. Like, oh my god. It really sets the mood, doesn't it? If we clear some of these enemies... Oh, my player's just been knocked back. Something's knocking my player back. And I don't know why. Because the projectiles... It's almost... I don't know. Do you see what I was saying about the detail of the environmental props? They're so low down. Plus with the filter you made, it reduces the kind of quality of them even more. So you can see the spade there. Like, it might be worthwhile if I try and angle that slightly so it's more visible from the top. So if I get that, and if I just get the rotate, and if I do that, and then that, and do that again. Let's see if that now shows a little bit better from when we're at the top. That's all good, dude. All good. Oh, there you go. Look, you can see it much better now. You see the spade? Just clearing the enemies so you can see it. Oh my god, Orange Jesus is praising us today. Oh my god, dude! How many power-ups? Jesus! That was insane. Orange Jesus is with us today. Yeah, that's good. You can see that spade there, can't you? That's good. I might sink it down just a tad more. There we go. And then I might duplicate that. Have we got a MISC folder? Let me make a MISC folder. MISC props. And right, this is the fog plane. So that's environmental. And then MISC props shovel. And then if I duplicate that shovel and reset that and the rotation, keep the scale the same, but then if I do the Y to 90, move it this way, we could kind of like just have one laying on the ground maybe for people to trip over, you know. We could just plonk that there. Is that the back of the shovel? Have I got the back? Oh, okay, I need to flip that. So, dude, select the shovel. What's going on? What's going on? Dude! Oh, it's selecting the fog plane. Hold on. Shovel. Shovel 2. Hold on, why is there a MISC? Why is there two MISC folders? MISC props. Right, get rid of the MISC one there. There we go. Right, so I need to flip that to 180 and then rotate that back to there. Perfect. Oh, it needs to come up just a tad. I keep selecting the fog plane, that's why it's not letting me select the model there. I know, dude, I know. Okay, so let's try 0.5, 0.6, 6. 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 1, 2, 1.5. I mean, you're not going to see that tiny bit of grass there. You are not going to see that tiny amount of grass sticking through the spade because, like, it's all the way up here. Can we even see that in the game? You can't even see it. I think it's because the fog plane is over the spade. Like, as I go up, can you see that? We zoom in. I think that's because of the fog layer. If I just bring that up. See, the more we bring it up, we get that shadow, and we don't want that. Yeah, you can barely see that. You can see the one on the right, which that's because it's upright, so maybe I'll just get rid of that one there. It's because the fog layer, the opacity of it is affecting. You can see where the fog layer is. It's kind of in line with the fence there. Oh, that's a good idea. Right, let's have a little playthrough because I need to pop to the post office. Let's have a quick playthrough. Right, so that projectile piercing attack needs fixing because at the minute it shreds through everything. Fred, I was saying that we could easily do a hard mode. We could have like a tick box for like a hard mode. And basically on hard mode you can set how many projectiles are on screen, how fast the enemies move. Like, it would be a lot of fun. And I know why the enemies' projectiles are spawning on the left there. That's to do with the enemies being destroyed and their active position not being relevant. So, oh my god, I'm so bad at aiming on this. Oh, RNGesus, thank you. Boom. Right. So at the moment they slowly increase in speed. So I want to die so I can do the high score entry. I'm getting my ass whooped. There we go, see? They are shooting. If you notice all the projectiles are coming from the bottom left at the moment, what it's doing is it's picking a random integer based on a random delay in between shots. And if you kill an enemy, their position is no longer there because the actor's been destroyed. So what it does is it by default spawns bottom left, as you can see. So if I die, we'll do the high score entry. And you can see we've got the leaderboards there. So what I'm going to do tonight is I am going to sort out the display. So when the player dies, what we want to happen is we'll have their box to enter their name, and then we'll show them the leaderboard. The leaderboard will be there. It will disappear after, I don't know, 5 seconds or 4 seconds. And then once the leaderboard disappears, you will then get this screen behind which says Evil Triumphs, retry main menu. So that's the order I want those to be displayed. I programmed this leaderboard over the weekend and it was like 2 in the morning and I was too tired. I had to go to bed, so I didn't get time to properly sort the widget display sequence. So that's done that. This error code is just something that needs fixing, but at the moment it doesn't affect the performance of the game. So, welcome back, dude. So yeah, these are just a small fix. Like I say, when we first had the array and we were playing the game, this kind of error was affecting the performance. The more enemies you destroyed in the array, the slower the game got. Like the frame rate just dropped massively. So that's a minor bug fix. So tonight I will come back and I will sort out the leaderboards, because at the moment the main menu has the leaderboard button. Keep calling it leaderboard. It's basically the high scores. And I can just prove my point about the enemy shooting that random projectile appearing at the bottom left. If I just let the game play, you will not get a single projectile from that bottom left spot. Okay, and I'll just quickly show you the blueprint that handles the generation of the enemy projectiles. So if we go into enemy manager, right, this is the limit on how many projectiles are on the screen at any point. And over here, when one's created, we're adding to that projectile variable. This section here picks a random enemy in the array, and this section here handles the frequency that they fire. So if we wanted a shorter delay between shots, we increase the maximum variable number. But at the moment, it's anywhere between 0 seconds to 2. So if I just let the game play, you'll see no projectiles are going to spawn from the bottom left. And also, notice the placement of the enemies. We have eyeballs, bats. Like we've got 4 bats on the top row. If I play again, it's different. Every time is different. How cool is that? It's freaking awesome. So we've got two bats left top, and then we've got 3 bats top right. Play again. We've got 1 bat, 2 bat. 2, 1, 2. 2 and 4. And what I did, I basically, up the top here, I amended the array. So the way the array is generated and creating the enemies, I'm basically plugged in a section here to say pick a random number between that range for an integer. So it's either 0 or 1. If the number is 0, so basically there's a 50% chance of which enemy it's going to spawn. So if it's 0, we're going to spawn an eyeball. And if that's false, so if it's a 1, it will spawn a bat. And that handles random, I guess the random generation of the actual enemies. So every play is going to be different. It's cool, isn't it, dude? It's so cool seeing your bat models, and great job on the models, because you remember what I was saying about the tendrils, and you shorten the tendrils. Those bats are pretty much perfect. Like, they're not overlapping. There's space between the bats and the eyeballs. So that is like, the game is like, it's feeling like so awesome. Like, we are so close to, well, it's pretty much done. Like, there's a couple of bug fixes. The UI panel needs creating, like the pixel art. But everything is just, it's working. Like, we got the power-ups, we got the random drop. We've got the health system, the energy system. The special attack needs adding in, but we're waiting on the character model for that. I need to add in some visual effects for the enemy being destroyed, the bomb exploding, the player being destroyed. So there's a few things I need to do, but I've kitted out the environment there with our artists' amazing props and models. I've got a fog layer. Like, everything is just like, it's just awesome. Really, really awesome. Oh my god, I've just seen the bat layer at the bottom. How many bats? That's like 9 bats on the bottom. So, it's so cool. Really, really, really cool. It's super cool. I could just sit here watching this for ages. And what I like as well is because the fog layer is there, it actually does kind of saturate and reduce the richness of colour in the bottom layer. So the enemies and the action at the top of the scene, it does stand out. It does pop against the bottom environment, which is perfect. Because the environment is meant to complement the mood and just boost the mood and feel of the game. So I think that does a really, really good job of just... Oh, dude, it's so awesome to see. Right, I need to pop out. So I'm going to call the stream there, guys. 4 hours, 25 minutes I've spent on this today. Really, really good time. And in that time, we've sorted out the enemy projectiles. We've decorated the graveyard. And we've created the enemy projectiles. And also chucked in the bat enemies. There's like... not looked at it just yet. It's imported into the project. That's as we get a few more props. I'll decorate the foliage in the landscape a bit more. I might do that tonight, but I need to pop out to the post office. So yeah, I'm gonna call it there. So I'll be back tonight, guys, and tonight I will be sorting out the leaderboards / high scores. Maybe do a bit more painting with the landscape. Hope you enjoyed this stream, found out something that might help you. I've never made a fog material, like I've literally learnt how to do that today. And that, again, for anyone that was interested, this is literally all you need. That's all you need for the fog. And all we had was the fog plane, which is just a plane. It's literally the plane from the objects. And I've scaled it to be the size of our game, and then I just plonked on the fog material, and it's that simple. Like, really super happy with that. It's absolutely amazing. So, hey, thanks for following, Fred. Hey, we've just reached a follower goal as well. Nice one. So yeah. If you enjoyed that, guys, feel free to give us a follow. I've also got a YouTube channel below. I post all of the game dev streams there. It's getting quite big, actually. So if there's anything you want to watch back over that covers either Unreal or Unity, there's tons of content there. So be sure to check that out. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will be back tonight in about 6 or 7 hours' time. And then I'll do another stream. Probably a couple hours long, and we'll get some more work done on this game. So I will see you in a bit. Thanks for watching, and